Happy Friday.
Come on.
Jose, thank you for the follow. What's up, Fast Icon? It's going pretty good. Happy Friday. Help me please, programmer. I don't have any tips for you. Not my field of expertise. But I wish you luck. What's up, kitten? Spooky. Gonna need a thicker font. Beefcake.
on.
Thanks for the follow, Defeedrew. Happy Friday. Happy Saturday. Thanks.
Come on.
Addicted, thanks for the follow. Is it hard to learn to draw like me? It's even harder to be better than to be better. To be actually great. You can do it though. Just gotta want it. Judging by the Steam page, the game looks good. Looking forward to the release. Thanks. Still need to round out the game loop. So the trailer's kind of sparse as at the moment. That's exactly what I'm working on today. Things to help rectify that.
Come on.
Wyden, thank you for the follow. Happy Saturday. The arts of Ryan. What's up, Just Unloaded? Welcome, welcome. Straight up gruntled, what's going on? It's going great. Just working on the deck forge. I was working on this on the iPad, and when I brought it over to the PC, the colors were complete ass. So I'm kind of polishing the color scheme. They did not survive. Yeah, definitely. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. Big expenditure, a lot of work. Thank you. Well, that's good. Definitely be a good thing to have that foot traffic. Very nice. I hope it is a big success for you, my friends. Thanks, that's a really nice compliment. It's funny that I actually tried to release that skull animation as a short on TikTok today, and they were like still throttling it. They don't like it for some reason. I think it's too scary or something. What a joke. TikTok is a joke. Yeah, it's kind of done. Anyways, the ship has sailed, as they say. But I'm trying every angle that I can. Morning, Kruger. It's going pretty good. Yeah, TikTok has kind of been dying for a while now. I kind of joined late myself, and I tried. Got to break into something new. No big deal. Man, I really need to move these into another layer. Keep messing them up. At least I gave it a try, yeah. Indeed. Yeah. I think I've figured out shorts a little bit better than I used to when I started. But I did do TikTok lives for a while and got like some demerits or something. And I think that's kind of hurt my my positioning. So there is certain types of like benign type videos that I can make that are okay, but it's harder because I can't really show the real sauce, you know? Like I want to show that like face melting animation, that's sick. But like they do something placating to their bullshit. What am I gonna do when I start promoting the horror game, you know? Because we're definitely gonna get into some creepy stuff. They can't handle face melting, then I'm screwed. But I just think they put me in the penalty box. They're just being extra strict for me. Which is ridiculous. Because I'm really not that controversial. I'm pretty chill. Maybe with horror games, Steam's stuff like might be able to push it. It's literally part of why you're looking here while working. Horror is typically something that does really well, especially on Steam. I hope so. But I'm focused on Woods of War. Gets all my love till I see it through all the way. Vibe here so chill. Yeah, we're big chill today. Yeah, expanding the engine lately. Recently added in the ability to open and close the level, getting ready for the title screen and the mini map and all that business. Something really interested in diving into in the future just to learn. I certainly enjoy it. It's not for everyone, certainly. Where's the header? Yeah, indeed. What's up, We Leave? Yeah, it's a kart racer now. Of course. Makes perfect sense. Bodes well. Yeah, I haven't been following the event. I'm just focused on trying to get a full cycle on the game, so I have more to show, because I think my game is kind of hard to understand in its partial form. Yeah, the game has gone through some evolutions lately. And I think it's starting to find its footing. Probably the Dragon Rider. She's like a barbarian orc lady. She's got the goods, as they say. What the actual fuck? The fuck? Having a hard time turning lightning into a sprite sheet. So it visualizes chaining between enemies. Oh. So you're gonna have to come up with some sort of adaptive art. Something you can mask in. You're going low tech. Which is how I tend to do things. I like low tech stuff. Clever visual tricks. So I mean, I guess the initial way that I would approach that is by creating like an extra long graphic. So if your screen is say 200 pixels wide, you would make the lightning at least 200 pixels wide, the whole animation of it, and then you would just mask it in between one enemy and the other, and then what you would want to do is create two covers for the edges, so it looks like a complete thing, no matter how big it is. So generally I would think the cover needs to be something more obscure, maybe like a general like kind of exploding end. It couldn't be like a perfect match, because if the lightning's kind of like dancing around, it needs to maybe be like a bubbles thing or something like that. But there's a way to do it. There is certainly a way. Oh! Oh! Shibu haba weeba! Weeble wobble weeble. This is an old as hell play that I stuck out here. Let me see if I want to play it. We'll try just a little bit of John Lurie. Just a little bit. You think you've got an idea? You got this. Thanks for the wisdom. Yeah, I'm glad to be back. It's been a quiet week. I've had to do a lot of thinking.
on.
Darmak, thanks for the follow. Yo. Right on the ads, no. Welcome, guys, welcome. What's up, Hypnotic? How's it going, man? How is the stream today going? How's game dev? How's life? Man, I remember when you were playing that really goofy, like British inspired game. It was like a point and click adventure. And everything, all the characters just had like really goofy sayings and everything. That was hilarious. You made a passable running animation? Nice. Thank goodness you're here. Goose, thanks for the posture check. Yeah, we're big chilling today. I'm working on some of the deeper UIs into the game. This is the screen where you build your deck. Still one of your favorite games. After we made the animation, we finished the Midnight Walk. Nice. Thanks, Hypnotic. Well, guys, give Hypnotic a follow. He dabbles in game dev and plays quirky, cool games. Does all kinds of cool stuff. Go check him out. Yeah, things are going pretty good. What's up, gamer? Raid message is dot. Tomorrow you're doing the Sunday shuffle. Nice. He is a goose. That's something Goose Fat would say. Not to be trusted. So lies. Lies. So I originally did this all on my my iPad, and the coloring on the iPad from switching from like the Apple stuff over to the PC is always like turd burkets. So I'm trying to enhance all the colors and also just match their intended colors that are long established. So it's kind of jumping around, and then after I'm going to be jumping over to the victory screen. I got to polish up. I drew this this chest yesterday on the iPad, and I think it looks pretty decent. I don't know if I want to polish it any further, but we do need to create the open chest screen. So this is just partially made. So I still got to do the gold, the pile of gold, and I got to like polish the lid and also like the top edge of the open container, the open chest. So that's all like stuff that needs to be polished. But essentially it's like you click it and it'll open. So that's going to be next. But for now, doing a little bit more polish on the deck forge. Nice. Well, hey man, if you need to like raid and run and go take care of yourself, please do that. We're just big chilling today. Chat has added stuff to a raffle, like practice mobile. Oh. I no lie. Perhaps hypnotic is a goose. I stand corrected. Sounds good, man. I mean, we're just chilling. Nothing intense, y'all. I was opted in for Next Fest for June, and the past few days, this past week, I've just been kind of mulling over the progress that I've been making, and I ended up like a day ago, I opted out of it. And there's no penalty to like opt out of it, but you like once you've opted out, you can't opt back in. And I'm just going to go to a later Next Fest because I just don't feel that I'll have enough time to really polish it like I want on the demo. And so that's kind of what's happening. It's been kind of a big week trying to figure that out. But I am going to be releasing a demo soon, regardless of that. And I might end up doing the Next Fest in October. So really I just delayed it by a few months, you know? But I just didn't feel like I could do it justice in like 3 weeks, basically. So that's what's the big news with me lately. Well, that's nice, Goose. I'm glad to hear it. They are the bane of our existence. See what tunes should I pick next. I don't know who put you in that mode, but it's tripping me out. Very clever goose. Clever goose. Clever goose. Okay, what was I opening? What was I doing? I was going to open the explosion from Gablin Belammer. This little sampling of this explosion. Pull the color from one of these bad boys. Sorry, that was for me. Twitch should have put me in Aussie mode. Ah, I see. Oh, Australia mode. I can read it now. course it was you. Down under, I get it. Waifu, what's going on? You got a question? Well, that boils down to you want to have like a continuity between your frames, between like all the respective animations. And so you have to figure out what that is. But to be honest, the way that I programmed my animations to work was basically I can set the milliseconds per animation. So it's like I have a sprite sheet and it has all of its different animations on that one sprite sheet. Let's say I have like the idle animation and the attack animation. I can run the attack animation at 150 milliseconds per frame, but then I can run the idle animation at 200 milliseconds per frame if I want. Just a little like leeway for me to kind of move around the amount of keyframes per each animation, just to see, you know, if I need to kind of balance things slightly differently, time them slightly differently. And since it's based on milliseconds per frame, and I have like, say, generally I have the game running at like 60 FPS, or even if it's like up to like 200 FPS, it doesn't really matter because of the milliseconds per frame keep it consistent through all FPS settings. It's a way to kind of break free of the frames a little bit. But generally, I don't have a very specific rule of thumb. You know, sometimes you could be running it at like 10 frames per second, or sometimes you want it to be at like 30 frames per second, depending on what the animation is doing and how it all fits in. So I just kind of do what I can to find the right frame delay that fits the animation, each one respectively. Because like I can't have like a definitive answer across the board, because I feel that if you forced yourself to always have like a certain amount of keyframes or frames per second for every single animation, you might end up with a lot of excessive frames when it was unnecessary. How much frames are you running to keep it smooth? So generally speaking, within that context, my game's running around 60 FPS typically, and I often use about 150 milliseconds per frame. Anywhere from like 90 to 150 is like kind of usual timing per frame. So whatever that equates to, I'm not even sure. So I mean, if we're saying so if it's 150, I think that's 6 frames per second, right? because 1,000 milliseconds is 1 second, and divide that by 150 milliseconds per frame. So yeah, we need about 6 frames. I mean, that just means it like holds a frame for a little bit longer, you know? So it shows 60 frames per second, but it won't change. It'll only change the frame 6 times. If that makes sense. It might not. But that's what's going on. thing is, I don't think you're gonna actually see the new card in the deck forge like this necessarily. Like when you actually get a new card, it'll be when you've completed a run. And right at the end of the run, you're gonna get this new card package. You're gonna be able to click it and open it and see what new card you got. But I was thinking, what's up, Danilo? I was thinking of when you come into the deck forge after you've unwrapped your new card, you would see the package again, except it would automatically unwrap, just to kind of acknowledge that the card is new. But I don't know if that's too redundant. But I am trying to give the vibe of like, I know there's like a certain satisfaction that comes from opening your card. And so the question is, do I do it more than once, basically? I know for sure it'll be at the end of the run you open your pack. But like, I don't think it'll actually show up in the deck forge. It's probably just like overkill. But I just happened to design it here in this context. So I'm not sure if this will actually be like inside the deck forge. It might just be likely just be another card here. So like, how big does your sprite sheet images get in megabytes? I'll take a look for you. Well, like one of my biggest sprites is the Dragon Rider, because it's a big ass son of a bitch. It's a big old dragon, and that is 3000K, which is pretty gnarly, pretty bad. But like the Goblin Bomber is 700K. The Orc is like 330K. Stormcaster 1600. So when they start getting bigger and there's a lot of transparency, they get up there. Don't use card packs. That's patented by Balatro. They'll sue your ass. Hell no, I'm doing card packs for sure. Except it's not gonna, I don't know if it'll be, if I have enough cards, then I might make it so that you get more than one card in your pack. But as of now, the idea is that you like just unlock one card at a time, but it'll be in the form of a pack. But if there is enough cards, then maybe you earn like 2 cards at a time. But I have to ration it out so that you're not getting like, I'm not blowing through the cards like all at once. It's all coming together now. Though it was a very simplistic game, but now you have deck builder, several locations with seasons. Excited for this one. Thanks, Danilo. I think it's going to continue to mature, and I'm going to be trying to continue focusing on ways to give a sense of progression, and that's going to be the trick, because now I'm going to make it a roguelike run through each season. So there's going to be 4 overall like dungeon runs. Each run is 10 levels. And as it is now, as you play through spring, which is going to be the demo, you got 10 levels. And it's all going to be the same level, just 10 times in a row. So the way that I'm going to try to balance that, make that work, in the future, I might try to do little tweaks to it to visually make it kind of evolve through the season. But for now, for the demo, I'm not going to worry about that. It's just going to be the same level 10 times in a row. But the way that I'm going to try to make that balance and work is by first level is going to be like 5 waves, just like 5 waves, very quick. And then you're going to go in between levels. You're going to start earning gold, building your deck. Then you go to level 2. Now it's going to be like 6 waves. And it's going to build up progressively over the 10 levels until it's about 20 waves by the end. And new enemies are going to be introduced throughout the course of the run as well. So as your cards get better, enemies are getting more difficult. So, and you are moving on the mini map, going from one location to the next. But visually, it's going to be kind of the same area, the spring level. But I'm thinking that I might need to add a little bit more visual progression, even within spring, to give a little deeper sense of progression. But in regards to the core mechanic, I think it's okay to keep it simple for now. Try to make it mature later. Yeah, it's all a work in progress. A lot of experimentation. And I've renamed the utility cards. Well, I'm still actually weighing between a few choices, but they're like the eyeball here, the gray eyeball in the bottom left. Here, I'll put that song request in for you. I'm thinking of calling it either Insight or Focus for now. I might come up with other ideas, but I'm kind of leaning towards Insight. Before, like, my working title is the utility cards, because they're more general, universal cards that just, they're like spells that affect all schools of magic equally. And some of them are like functional, and they can be kind of like buffs, or like draw a card, gain mana, buff this node, stuff like that. And I think I'm going to call them Insight, because they're just like ways to basically add a deeper strategy to the existing card base. So we have Nature, Fire, Frost, Shadow, and Insight. Knowledge. I like Knowledge, but it's too long. I need it to be concise for like the visual aspect of it. If it's too big, then it becomes a pain in the ass to like fit into, as like the pixel font and stuff can be like, if you get too big of a word, it starts to become a real hassle. Real peccadillo. No less. Insight is basically knowledge. But yeah, I think that pretty much caps the touch up of this for now. Oh, nice. It's a nice song for the piano. All right, start working on the treasure chest. So I need to finish the open version of it. Yeah, this isn't, it isn't a loot box. It's when you, actually I could show you guys this too. Hold on, just gotta fix this. I also gotta make sure we're on the right song track here. This song is called Battle of the Earworms by Glasses. Okay, so at the end of the level, you're going to get the victory screen. It's going to be some horns that come out. Like they'll animate out. And then they'll go away. And then it'll count up the stats for the level. Oops. Open the database by accident. So yeah, this is the victory screen when you've completed a level. And my buddy gave me the idea to show the card that did the most damage. And people have been giving me some ideas on the Discord a little bit. And one of the things that I posed on the Discord was whether or not I should create more variability with the enemies themselves. Or should I make each level a consistent set of enemies? Now, the way that I programmed it is that the enemies will be coming from different directions. So like even within one wave, like an entire wave doesn't completely focus on one side. The waves are like randomly distributed between the left and the right side, and more or less like evenly, at least so that it doesn't all like land on one side. Because that, before I made that change, what was happening was waves would just somehow all be like on the like the left side or all on the right side, and too many, it would just clump up too much on one side. So I ended up just actually cutting waves into both sides equally, so you have more incentive to be building up on both sides of the tree. But so that's always going to be variable, but like for now, the enemies that come into the level, those are consistent. Like I put that into the database. I'm like, all right, wave 2, I want there to be 2 orcs, 1 troll, and a stormcaster. And so every time you play that level, you'll get that same set of enemies. But I could potentially put in a dice roll that occasionally modifies the enemies. So there's like a chance the enemy could be randomized into something else. So that way each time you play the level, it's slightly different. And that could at least make it a little bit more variable. But the reason why I mention it is because in the stats here, I don't have any tracking of what enemies you killed and how many enemies you've killed. I'm tracking the mana that you've spent and how much you have remaining, the cards that you've played and what's in your hand, and then also like all the different sets of damage. So the amount of damage you do to enemies, that can be variable based on how you play your cards. That's not like super consistent. And then there's of course how much damage you took and how many of your arcanas were destroyed by the enemies. So these last 2 are gonna like count against you. And so I'm like counting up all your cards, and then I decided that I will put in the enemies that you killed. And I can just use their dialogue or not their dialogue portraits, but there's like the little like target portraits of them. So I can just count up those little portraits of the enemies to show the enemies that you did slay. But I am considering putting in a little variability so that the set of enemies might be slightly different each time. And then of course I'll show the arcana that did the most damage for you. And I'm gonna be tracking how many upgrades you made as well, because that could go beyond the cards played. So for all the arcanas, like I'm going to count up like each of the arcanas that you built, and I don't know if I'm going to like display that here or not, because like the idea of like of visually showing all the arcanas, I mean I feel like it's already covered by the cards played, but like the upgrades aren't going to be covered all by the cards, because you can upgrade a arcana directly within the quick menu. You don't have to use a card for it. It is more expensive, but if you're flush with cash, then why not? But you will be awarded. So all of these stat points, all these metrics, I count them all up. Some of them count against you, of course, like the amount of damage you took, the amount of arcanas that got destroyed. And I compute it all together and decide like how well you did in the level. And that's what these stars are going to be. I'm just going to show like basically how well you did. like a 3-star out of a 3-star rating. And then I'm going to use all that information to then go to the secondary screen. Where this will show up in the corner, this gold is like the amount of gold you have. So in the level, you use mana crystals to play. But out of all the stats, I use all that information, how well you did, how efficient you were, all that stuff. And I give you gold. I award you gold based on how you played. So then you get your chest and you click it and it's gonna pop open and you know, and like display how much gold you made. And then from there, when you click continue, this is where I borrow a little bit from Slay the Spire. There's going to be a screen that asks you whether or not you would like to rest to restore your protection score, or do you want to go to the deck forge to upgrade cards, buy new cards, you know, like build your deck. And so you have to choose what you're going to do. And so at first you'll definitely want to go into the deck forge and work on your deck. And here is where you spend the gold. And so you can buy a card, and once you have a card, once you've purchased it, you can add it into your deck as many times as you want based on how many slots are available. And you can use gold to also buy additional slots in your deck. So, but you can put like as many copies of the same card as you want into the deck. So if you wanted to, like, say you had 22 slots in your deck, you could put all 22 could be the Arcana shot if you wanted. And so you decide out of all the schools of magic, like what cards you want to put in your deck. You build your deck. And so like each run, you're buying cards and putting them in, and then you're also upgrading them. So the cards themselves, the underlying card becomes stronger throughout your run. And these upgrades and these decks only last the length of the run. Once you've completed the run, you earn a new card. Like you earn a card pack, basically. And I'm going to decide later whether or not the pack is just one card or like maybe 2 cards and some like other additional things. But you're going to be like awarded some stuff at the end of the run. Not to mention your first time through the full game, you're going to be unlocking the other seasons, which enables you to earn like the cards for the other schools of magic. And eventually you'll be unlocking the final boss, the Boss Man. So each run, you're going to be just building your deck as you go through the run. You're going to start with kind of like a starter hand. And the very first time that you play the demo, like the very first time you play the game, I'm just going to drop you into level 1 and just give you cards. And you're just going to have to just start playing, because I don't want you to be dealing with the deck forge until after you've played the level first. So I'm just going to drop you in, you're going to play the level, and when you've beaten it with your starter deck, basically, you'll come into the deck forge and you'll learn about building your deck. But I'm thinking each subsequent run, possibly, that when you come into the level 1 of the run, you'll actually enter the deck forge first and then go into the level, and you'll decide what your starter hand is, like your starter deck, I mean. But I'm just thinking the first time through, I don't want to like inundate you with too much information. I just want to get you playing the game so that you can kind of understand what's going on. And then like you start to understand what you're building the deck for, basically. In the long run, that might not make sense. You know, it might always just go straight to the deck forge if people prefer that. But for the demo, I'm just going to drop them into the level. What's the point of the schools then if you can put any of them together? Well, for instance, we're about to go into ads, but the like Fire Arcana, the Fire School is going to be a little bit more powered in the earth, in the nature realm. So like when you're playing through spring, if you use like say fire on spring, it can be more effective, as in a little more higher powered, because like you use fire on like wood, the wood's gonna burn more. And so, and also like that's the other thing is I'm gonna like, you're gonna go from spring into summer with your nature deck. And nature's gonna be a little bit underpowered in regards to into summer, like when you go into the lava levels. So it's going to be like harder initially to like beat out summer. And I think initially your incentive is to unlock all the different seasons and build up each respective season as best you can. And so you're trying to figure out what's the best kind of combination of cards to beat each season. And you can use any mix of schools of magic that you want. That makes sense to you. So it'll still be possible to beat summer with nature cards. It's just going to be harder. But yeah, like for instance, like fire is also going to be pretty effective when it comes to like summer, or I mean winter, right? Like the frost, when you go into the winter season, using fire cards is going to be more effective. And if you use like frost cards in the fire in the summer level, that's going to be more effective as well. And I've also decided that the earth, the nature cards are going to be a little bit more powered in the shadow realm. And the shadow is, I think, going to be just good all around, basically. And so, yeah. That's my general plan with it. Because I know a lot of people have said in the past, they've suggested that you should only be able to play the schools of magic based on like the levels that you're at, right? So if you're playing spring, you can only use nature cards, basically. And if you're playing summer, you can only use fire cards. But the way that I'm designing it is actually so that like you can beat it that way. You can still play through and like get it done. But like playing spring with nature cards is going to be less. Well, let's just say it's going to be more powered to go through with like fire cards on spring. Unless it's raining or like wet. Like there's going to be like procedural generated weather per run. So you don't know necessarily if it's going to like rain on a certain level or something, or be like dry, or like have certain particular weather effects. So like the weather can, like RNG style, you're not going to know what the weather is until you've started the run. And I might even make it so you don't even know until you like come up to the level itself. So you might think, oh, like I'm going to play spring with like fire cards. And then suddenly like 4 of the levels, it's like raining. So then the fire cards aren't as effective. So they're basically like weaker than earth cards at that point. But if it's just like normal weather, then they become like way more powered. So you're just kind of dealing with the different sort of effects. I might make it so that you can see the weather of the like run. So you can kind of plan on buying certain cards or like omitting certain cards. But we'll see. I think initially I'll probably make it so that like you won't know until after you've kind of made your choice between each level. And then like you'll go to the next level and you can see like, oh, it's gonna rain. Fuck. I just bought a fire card. No. Oh God. But it's okay because like in the future, you know, it's not gonna rain for like every level, for instance, you know? But like that's just kind of the initial plan. What's the point of the schools of magic? It's to kind of give a different style of gameplay for each school, and people can kind of cherry pick what they want and put together a deck that's fun for them. Because like, think of it this way, if you could only play spring with nature cards and that's it, then there's gonna be like a lot more finite ways to beat the run. You know, there's only gonna be so many builds that you can do it. But if you open it up to all the schools of magic on every single season, it gives you the ability to have just way more builds, way more experimentation, way more creativity. And it gives you more incentive to be like, oh, like I want to like unlock more winter cards, so I'm going to build up the fire deck a little bit more so it's easier. Or I want to like, you know, build up like the frost cards so that it's easier on summer, you know, or I'm still trying to decide if I want Shadow. I think I want Shadow to just like be powered on like on everything, except maybe weaker on the nature magic slightly. Because I feel like there has to be like a counterbalance. There should be a counterbalance to each one. So like Earth is more powerful on Shadow, but Shadow is just generally powerful everywhere. Maybe like slight resistance, shadow resistance on some of on the nature arcanas. I'm not sure. But that's the plan. It is possible for things to evolve and change still, you know? But that's where I'm at with it. And I'm just going to be putting everything into practice, all the concepts, and then seeing how it feels. I know like deck builders is kind of a newer genre, as in it hasn't been around as long as a lot of other genre types in the gaming world, but there's still like already a lot. It's already been a lot of deck builders built, and so I'm still trying to find something that will pull my game in a different direction. Give it its own kind of like novelty, something unique. And I don't think I've like fully figured that out yet. But I've been doing a lot of research on what people are saying about what they love about deck builders. Things they love to see in a deck builder. So I'm hoping with that insight that I can piece together something good. I want to make it good, man. Make it fun. But I think the biggest thing I'm struggling with right now is people understanding the game, which I think is generally, I think it's pretty common among deck builders. You know, there's a lot of deck builders out there that are kind of their own structure, their own system. And they require a little bit of education to play them, you know, to understand. You got to understand like their lingo, the functions of the cards, the structure. And each deck builder has a unique take on it. But I think that's one thing I'm trying to make different about mine, just a little bit. I want people who don't necessarily understand deck builders to be able to just be dropped into the game and they can just start playing it. But, you know, that being said, you know, it's like I was showing my nephew the trailer to the game, and he had said, and he like grew up playing like Pokemon trading card games, but mostly he's like a first-person shooter type gamer. But he didn't quite understand what the game was about. I actually wasn't the one who played it for him. I had like someone else played it for him, and they were telling me about it. But they were saying, he was saying like he didn't quite understand what was going on in the game. So I was like, oh shit. Like maybe a lot of people struggle to understand what my game is about, because it's a bit of a fusion, you know. It's like tower defense meets deck builder, and I don't even have the like, I'm not even showing the deck builder mechanics yet. I just show cards being played and like all like the kind of action sequences, you know, because that's really all I have built so far. And so that's why I've just been focusing on these, like the deck forge and the victory screen, basically building the rest of the game loop out so that it becomes a little bit more clear, a little more obvious as to the goal of the game. But I did hear like someone in chat one time saying that like tower defense is more geared towards younger audiences and deck builders more older audience, more of a sophisticated audience, I think. But I don't know. I've met like a lot of younger people who play like Magic and Hearthstone and stuff, so And so many of them like love and play Pokemon. You know, we all grew up with like a lot of different card games and stuff like that. So it's like, I still think there's an audience even among younger people, younger peeps. But my mission is clear. I need to make the game have a much more transparent goal, you know? And I also think it's hard for people to grasp that they're playing as the tree as well. So it's kind of interesting, like, this has been an interesting, like, first approach on, like, making a game, because I'm doing a weird fusion, you know? It's not like, it's not cut and dry like what people expect. Because this day and age, I feel like more often than not, people are only building things that are kind of known, you know? And there's less experimentation with kind of like weird new concepts. And, but I say fuck that. I'm going to play with some new ideas. And see how far I can take this concept, you know? But I think once I start building the horror game, which is going to be more of a dungeon crawler, like roguelike, it's going to be a lot more straightforward. People are going to immediately understand what the game is about, what the goal is. And I think it's going to be about 1,000 times easier to market. But like learning and growing, trying to get this game off the ground, it's like a special challenge. It's like, it's harder than, because it's harder, it's gonna hopefully make me stronger, smarter, faster. We'll see. Time will tell. But as time goes on, it's like, I definitely decided this has to be a roguelike. It has to be a deck builder. And I'm getting deeper into the deck builder side of things. And I'm kind of like a little bit stepping away more and more from like the tower defense. It's still like fundamentally a tower defense, but like initially I was kind of going for like a Kingdom Rush sort of build, and now I'm like, I'm still holding on to some of those concepts, those core concepts, but it's playing like a deck builder now. You know, it's a bit of a different experience. What's up, Saber? Yeah, I know, it's been a minute. I wasn't streaming this week. I missed a few streams because I was really just trying to map out what I needed to get done in order to do Next Fest and decide whether or not I was going to go through with it. And ultimately I decided that I was going to opt out this Next Fest. So I did. So I'm not doing Next Fest in June. And yeah, I needed a few days to really think about it, and also to just work on as much as I could to see if it was feasible. And I think I'm gonna have a demo by June 9th, and we're gonna start playtesting. I'm gonna start offering it to those who want to play it. But it's early days. I think I just want more like internal playtesting, and let the game kind of marinate a little bit longer. Once it's completed, once I've completed the game loop. You know, like I need to, I don't want to just like, the moment I complete the game loop, I'm like trying to push it out to like a bigger audience. I want to do more of a small run first. Because although I do think that I can get a demo done by June 9th, I think there's going to be a lot that needs to change. You know, just hearing what people have to think about it and seeing what they understand and see what I need to like kind of correct and fix about it. But I am excited to roll it out and to like finally see the game have like a full game loop. I should have built the game loop like a long time ago, honestly. But I've spent a lot of time progressing as a pixel artist, and honestly, I wouldn't give that time back. I'm very happy for that evolution. But I probably will join the next fest in October. It's not the most ideal timing, because I feel like October is more oriented around like horror stuff. But I think I just want to do the next fest just to get in there, you know? And I have till like the end of August to sign up for it. So I'll definitely know by then. And I think it'll be good to go by then. So yeah, I mean, I've been like a little bit like de-stressing, because I was really pushing myself to try to like get ready for the next fest. And then I was just coming to terms with the fact that I needed more time. And so I just kind of took this week to just settle down, de-stress a little bit. And I was still working constantly, but that's why I wasn't streaming, because I was just trying to come to terms with the reality. And I think it kind of shook me a little bit. You know, like it made me sad that I wasn't progressing as fast as I wanted to be, but it also feels better to take the pressure off so that I can just put proper love into what needs to get done. But I'm not going to be fucking around. I'm still going to be trying to get the demo out as if I was going to go to the next fest, you know. I just know that I'm going to want to make changes that I wish I would have been able to had I stayed in. So I'd rather have playtesting, some feedback from y'all, and some refinement, so that when I'm going into the October Next Fest, I'm really just polishing things hard. You know, it's like I'll have like a solid structure of the demo at that point, and then I'll just be like polishing the shit out of it. Maybe even getting like additional enemies in, just taking it further, and also hopefully have like a more understandable trailer. you know, something that just a little bit more obvious about what's going on. What's up, Cracks? What's going on? Honestly, don't regret signing up and putting that pressure on myself, though, because I feel like it really encouraged me to just get a lot more serious about that, about getting things into a playable state. Sometimes putting that extra pressure can ignite some like deep evolutions, you know? That's when I was like, it needs to be a roguelike. It needs to be, I need to push harder into the deck builder for it to make sense. Because I was trying to resolve basically I was trying to answer the question of like, when do you earn a card? How's that going to work? Like going through like the mini map. At what point are you earning cards? Is it after like each level? Is it only when you beat like level 10? But then are you just playing level 10 over and over again to like earn cards? I was like, nah, it's got to be like, it's a dungeon run. You got to do all 10 levels of spring and beat spring. But like make it so that like it all kind of builds into itself. So like basically spring is one level. It's just 10 parts, basically. And you just start with an opening hand, and then you have to build up your deck from like scratch. And at the end of each run, each level, all your arcanas are scrapped and turned into gold. And then you use that to build up your deck, and then you start the next level having to build up with stronger cards. And the enemies are also stronger. And then I still need to put in like a boss on like level 10. I need to create a boss, so. WebRTC, nice. Good luck with that. I'll tell you one thing that I'm excited to implement is the card synergies. To get deeper with that. And I have a lot of plans for creating card synergies. And it's going to be a few different types. Like I want to make it so that if you combine like a certain set of cards in like an interesting way, suddenly you're getting like triple damage or something like that. You know, like I want to have like a lot of different sort of scenarios that help you kind of go big for brief like spurts of like just high damage. Or like, you know, just other synergies. Clever synergies. You know, like make like a shitty card that is like actually like a support synergy. You know, it's like a bad card in your hands, but if you use it in concert with like this, with another card, then suddenly it is really good. Stuff like that. Can be productive creatively if we put too much pressure on ourselves, right? Sounds wise to not push it too hard. Yeah, that's exactly, I think, what I needed and why I kind of took it easy this week, because I was realizing I was putting an extreme amount of pressure on myself, and which is good because I think a lot of actual like progress came out of it, because I sat down and I mapped out the deck forge and the skill tree and like the shop and like all these different things, and really sorted out how the run is going to work, and basically tried to come up with that plan to fully round out the whole run, the whole game. And before it was kind of like a loose plan, and now it's like solid. And so I think that's the biggest thing that's come out of it. But now that like I've forged that plan out of that stress, I want to actually step back from the stress and just build the damn thing, you know? Like, do the idea justice, basically. But I'm still really excited about like having the game just be playable and start playing with like the deeper elements of the game. You know, it's about time. Been building this thing for a year and a half now. And I certainly have like a lot of cool assets, you know, to like play with. And I just need a few more. And then it's time to get into the real nuts and bolts of like making the game interesting and fun. Make it so that you can be really creative with how you play it. And I'm just kind of like relaxed about it, because I think it's going to need a lot of evolution and a lot of time to evolve into something deeper. And so it's going to be like simple at first, and then it's going to slowly build up in complexity. Thanks for the advice earlier. My chain lightning effect is starting to look really gorgeous now. Excellent. Very good. So that's the one thing I'm like very comfortable with, is coming up with like solutions for the visual designs and stuff like that. But core gameplay, it's like I haven't spent enough time basically developing that. And so that's what I've been like kind of focused on this past week. Just really thinking about how to enrich that. And I've got a plan. I'm very excited to roll out the deck forge here. And I was also like thinking like two parts. I love it in a game when there is a really fun economy mechanic, basically. You know, I like grew up playing like Cash Flow. I'm like, you know, Robert Kiyosaki wrote like Rich Dad Poor Dad. I used to play Cash Flow a lot. Like, it's a game where you're trying to get out of the rat race. It's about like, it's a game about learning about finances, basically. How to like balance, like you start out as like, you're like a web designer or you're a lawyer or something. And then they say like, you own a home and you owe like this mortgage and you have these expenses. And so then you like start out with like a character's set of expenses and stuff like that, and a certain income. And so each month you have to figure out, or like I think it goes by like the week or something like that. But like you're trying to figure out how to reduce your expenses, increase your income, and then once you're kind of balanced your book, your cash flow, then you can start investing into things like the stock market, hoping for like a capital gain. And so it's like you might get a roll and then suddenly the stock is up, and if you invested in it, you make money. Or like, you know, if you've made enough money through whatever, whether it's frugality or capital gain, royalties, something, then you can start like buying real estate and get like passive income. The goal of the game is to like get enough passive income that's like 3 times your expenses. Once you get 3 times your expenses, you can retire as a rich person. I always enjoyed that game. It was fun. And even like Suikoden 2, for instance, you go from like one town and you go up to there's like the auction, like trade house, and you can buy like salt or wine or I don't know, whatever, like some sort of good. And then you go to another town and they have like a trade house there too. And they buy the goods that you purchase from that other town at a different price. So you can be like, oh, they're selling skins, like leather skins for like cheaper, but they're paying a lot for like salt or whatever. So then like you can like find ways to buy those goods and like sell them for more in like other towns and stuff like that. I like mechanics like that. And so I was thinking it'd be nice to have more economics in my game, basically. So I introduced the gold as like, now you're going to use the gold to build your deck with. And then inside the actual level, you use mana crystals. You know, you just use mana to actually play. You need mana to play cards, right? And I added in a few ideas to help make it so you can earn more mana crystals. Ways to like enrich the way you're earning. And that way you can spend more. And that in turn would like end up being like more gold, where you could like, so there's like, I'm trying to enrich the economy system, basically. The only thing that makes me worry about using gold is the idea that people would look at it and think, oh, must be like microtransactions or something like that. That would never be the case. It's all just in-game currency, and you earn gold as you play the run. And then you need, like once you're done with the run, like that's it. Like the gold is like, I'm trying to figure out whether or not I want like your gold, like if you have leftover gold or something that you can keep it, or like if you're just awarded extra gold at the end of a run. Something I just got to figure out, but can't wait to see when it's done and implemented. Yeah, it's definitely going to be rewarding, I think, to get into these different systems, because like the past year and a half, it's like all I've been doing is building the level. Excuse me. You know, just like nonstop. And it's like I'm finally rounding out the rest of the gameplay to balance out the level itself. But it's gonna be like a mix between, I guess the term is meta progression. Like there's gonna be some aspects of your runs that stay with you, right? You earn new cards. That's with you for good. And I'm thinking you should get like a little bit of gold at the end of your run to help you start your next run with like a little extra cash. And then there's also going to be the skill tree, and the skill tree I think is just going to be persistent. Like that's something that as you unlock skill points, you'll be able to use the skill tree to kind of change how like you generally do your gameplay, and that'll persist until you like want to reset your tree and like maybe experiment with different builds that way. And then there's also going to be a shop it's going to look similar to the Deck Forge a little bit, because you're going to be buying cards in there, but they're going to be more like single use, like functional cards, like kind of one-off powers, basically, spells more or less, or like little functionality things. Like I have this one card that I'm calling the Arcana Exchange, and you can use it to switch to like an Arcana to either an empty node, or like swap places with another Arcana. And it's really just kind of like a general functional card. So I figured that shouldn't necessarily be something you build into your deck. It's something that if you want, you can buy it from like the store as like an extra power. And the reason you'd buy it from the store is because then I'm going to have like the store-bought cards on the side of your interface. And they're not going to be shuffled into your deck. They're basically cards that you can put into your deck anytime you want. So you can draw them whenever you want. And so basically you might find yourself in a situation where you're like, oh, I put an Arcana on the wrong node, or for whatever reason, you just want to like move the stuff around. And so then you like would have an Arcana Exchange card for that one-off moment, that rainy day moment when you're just like, either you made a mistake, or the way the cards came through, they just kind of like built up and you're like, now I want to switch these or whatever. So basically you can use it when you need it. It wouldn't be like randomly dealt in to your hand. It's like whenever you need it, you can pull it into your hand. And that would be like how the shop cards generally work. You know, like maybe there could be like a heal, or like different buffs. Maybe even like a phoenix feather or something like that, like a Arcana would resurrect if it was destroyed. Stuff like that. But it's up to you, you know, it's like you could either save your gold to like have a stronger run, or you could use it to buy kind of like these other like side cards basically. I've also been trying to contemplate how, like, why you'd want to trash cards. Because I've decided the way you're going to trash a card from your hand is when you've built up enough special energy, you get a death flower. And as it stands now, as you guys have seen, you redeem a death flower to get a special. And those are the big AoE animations, you know, like Life Drain, or Meteor Storm, like the whole Meteor Strike thing, or like where the skulls come up and like melt and stuff like that. Those are all the big AoE cards, the big specials. And I'm calling them, they're like spells, I think will be the general term for them. But once you have a death flower, you can either click the death flower and redeem a spell, or you can drop a card from your hand that you don't want onto the death flower, and it would redeem the death flower and it would trash the card. And I'm trying to determine what's the use of that, because if you're building a deck, it's like the deck that you handpicked yourself, basically. So why would you be trashing a card is the question. So it's either A, it's a card that needs to be dealt in later, like it came in too soon and you want to see it come in later. So it's like you trash it so that it goes back into the deck. Or so maybe it isn't technically a trash at that point. It's more like a shuffle back into the deck sort of a thing. Or make it so that for some reason, like maybe the enemies can curse you or something, like in Dominion, you know, the enemies can curse you, where what they would do is they would drop like a curse card into your hand because they've cursed you, and you can't play the card. You can't do anything with it. It just takes up a slot in your hand and wastes space, giving you like less options overall. I mean, that would be more like pulling from Dominion. And then at that point, you'd want to just trash the card fully. So it's like if you're trashing a card that actually is just already part of your deck, it would just go back into your deck. But if you trash like a curse card, then it would just be deleted for all time. So I guess when you would trash your stuff, it would just be added to the back of the deck. So yeah, like these are the things I gotta like sort out and play with, and hopefully come up with an interesting combination of stuff. That has like true purpose, you know? You ever really got into the later stages of a game project? You get to the synergies and balance. Can't wait to get there on some projects someday. You know, having done this the way that I've done it, I think it'd be more like where I would want to start. You know what I mean? Like I think like instead of sitting and making the art like really prettified and awesome, like I think coming into this project, I was more worried about being able to make a game that looks good and is the right style. And that there was a lot of evolution, a lot of iteration that got me to where I'm at with it. And now that I've done that, I feel like I've established something like a style that's working for the game. And knowing that I was able to achieve that now gives me pause. It gives me the ability to, that confidence to just think, okay, when it comes to a future game, you know what I'm going to do instead? I'm not going to worry about the visuals initially. I'm really not going to fret about that. I'm going to dress it up later. And then I'm just going to focus on building kind of like the balance, the synergies, the core functionality, the game loop first, with like gray boxes in a gray world, you know, just a bunch of ugly looking crap, and just get like some basic functionality going and really just focus in on the code and the playability of the game in a kind of a basic sense. And I will start to use like a basic set of like graphics that starts that story, you know, starts that conversation basically. But honestly, I think you should be already starting on the synergies and the balancing from the beginning, kind of a thing. Because if you already have like a initial infrastructure for it at the very beginning, before you even get into like the art and stuff like that, as you're developing the art, you're going to be able to really create a lot of depth. Because like if you're just doing the synergies and the balancing all at the end, which you have to at the end, playtesting, fixing things, balancing, that always happens at the end. But if you kind of start early with trying to create like what's fun about the game, and that's one of the things, is always the synergies. Really cultivating that like first, when the earlier you do it, that's more time you get to sort of alter it, evolve it into something more, something deeper. And this is exactly why I opted out of Next Fest, because as I was starting to sit down and build this stuff and really thinking about the synergies and getting deeper into the deck building, stuff like that, what I realized that I needed was more time for these ideas to marinate and evolve into something more. Like I wanted to give it a few more iterations after seeing how people feel, after collecting data from people playing the game, seeing if people are even having fun, getting past like the first level. Are they understanding what the hell's going on? Like, and then beyond that, are they starting to play with like the synergies? And if not, then how can I get them into it, you know? Anyways, that's like how I'm going to be approaching the next game. I'm going to be thinking more, what's that core like fun aspect of it, and not sweat the visuals as much, because I know when push comes to shove, I'll be able to sort it out. Because what I'm feeling right now is like I'm retroactively implementing the depth into the game. I'm still making fundamental changes. Like, it was only until recently when I decided that it has to be a roguelike. Because before then, I was just like, you know what? It's going to play like Kingdom Rush, where you just unlock landmarks on the map and you can just play each level as many times as you want. And your goal is just to keep progressing forward into the world. And you can replay levels, and the levels you can play as like, you know, higher difficulties to get more like, you know, like, did you beat it in heroic mode, legendary mode, or whatever? And that gives you a little bit more achievements, and I think a little more reward and stuff like that. And it gives you also, I think, points for definitely currency for like the shop and stuff like that. So there's like ways that you can be replaying the same levels over and over again. But the nature of my game led me to feel that like it's just not, you know, what's the reason for playing level 2 and level 4 respectively? Because essentially they're the same level, just with like a few different, like maybe one different enemy or something like that. But otherwise it's pretty much the same level. So I was like, it all has to be bundled together. It's basically one giant level. And so that means level 1 through 5 are going to be like kind of short, but like you're using them to kind of build up your deck and stuff like that. So it's like you're just doing like 50 waves or something like that. And you're just breaking it up between, after you've done like 5 waves, you then step back and like build up your deck a little bit, and then go back, do another 6 waves, and then you come build up, and then you do 7 waves, and then like you're slowly building up. So things are just kind of like ramping up as you go. And I don't know, like the levels might end up being like the early ones might only be like just like 3 to 5 minutes, and then like the later levels will be a little bit longer, but ultimately the run like won't be like super long. So that'll be part of like figuring out the balancing, is like how long should the levels be, how long should all that be, and then should there be more visual progression, should there be more enemies, you know, within the 10 levels. I think initially I wanted to have like a new enemy per level, essentially. More or less. Because right now, what is it? I have 5 enemies that I'm stretching out over the 10 levels. And I wanted more than that. I just haven't built them yet. And so I think it was like, the original idea was, as you play basically every single level, you're getting a new enemy every time. So you're adapting to an ever-changing situation. You're getting stronger cards, but then there's constantly stronger enemies. So I think I'm going to try to add maybe a few more enemies to really round out the run. It's probably going to feel the best. I think the synergy that I'm most excited about, though, is going to be the mixtures. Being able to combine the arcanas. So imagine like taking Spike Shot. Spike Shot is just, builds onto the tree, and it shoots wooden spikes at the enemies, and has a pretty decent range and has pretty shitty armor. Especially at like low level, it has like almost, I think it has no armor at rank 1, but then as it like levels up, it has a little bit of armor, but it's still not great. So it's kind of a weak armor wise, but it's good for DPS on range and also for hitting flying enemies, because not every arcana can hit airborne enemies. And imagine combining the Spike Shot with Steel Tooth Saw. So now Spike Shot shoots saws, and the saws are like, maybe it's like slightly reduced range, but they're like combined damage between the Spike Shot and the saw, and then the saw like drops to the ground and it does like a second pass on enemies, because like, you know, the Steel Tooth Saw, it like runs through enemies and then it like runs back up the tree. So like if you target an enemy in the back of the field, all the enemies that are like in between the target and the tree will get hit twice, right? Once out, once in, like as it goes out and as it comes back in. So imagine you have like, now you're shooting the saw blades from as a projectile, hitting air units. The Spike Shot now has more armor, and it's also the extra damage of the extra pass on the ground. So it's like a weird mixture between the two. And so you're kind of inventing weird like hybrids of the arcanas. So it'd be like a way to take like a rank 3 Spike Shot and evolve it further. I think I might make it so you can't do mixtures unless you're at rank 3. But that's like a synergy. That's more of like a hard synergy. And I've got other fun ones, but I won't talk about them now. Certain things that I haven't built yet. I'm definitely looking forward to getting done. So yeah, code-wise, I was recently adding in the functionality to start and stop the level, you know, as in run the level and then close it out and then go to like another screen basically. Which meant what I ended up doing, I was like initially having trouble with, I like this pause in the interface destructor, and I was like, oh, why is the audio not playing? Like once I've like closed out the level once, it would run the destructor on the interface, and then there was like a universal pause, and I'm using SDL Mixer, which is kind of limited, but I figured it's just, I'm okay with it. And it took me forever to like remember that I'd put that pause into the destructor. I was like debugging for the longest time, like, why is this sound not coming back? And it was all because of this pause. And so I resolved that, but like what it ended up happening as part of like my solution to debug it was creating a sound, what I called it a sound engine class. And it is basically, it's a centralized place for the sounds to be managed and preloaded and played. And what I need to add to it, I think I already added at least a marker for it where it's like I'm tracking what the sound is relative to. So if it's like a spring sound, then I know it's for spring, and I'll keep it loaded while you're playing through the spring. But then if you like move over to the summer level and you're doing like a summer run, I'm gonna dump all of the spring preloaded assets, and that way you're not just like onboarding into memory stuff that you're not using in that moment. But that means that when I like close out the level, there's still an instantiation of the sound engine that persists. And I still like left some of like the sound. There's still some sound stuff that's happening in like interface, for instance, that still runs sounds and manages it all there. But the majority of the game, it's all being run through the sound engine. So I just run an event through the dispatch that says play sound, and then I have to pass in the sound URL, and then it goes and it looks for it. And you can also send the event to like preload sounds as well. And I'm going to try to do my best to make it so that you're not ever waiting for things to load. Unless you're on like a really slow computer. You know, I'm just going to try to like preload things as much as I can. At like moments when you're like not really thinking about, like just trying to anticipate where you're going to go. Like if you're in spring and, you know, I'm just going to start preloading like spring stuff basically. So that when you go to like play the first run of spring, or you're about to go into like a level, like if you beat like level 1, for instance, and you come out of level 1 and you're about to go into level 2, I'm like already preloading level 2 at that point. And then when you actually push play on level 2, it should hopefully just like queue up. It'll still take a little bit of time, but like I'm talking like just a few seconds. C++ without .NET? What do you mean, CFG? Could be QT, but you would question why you picked up an OSS C++ project. Are you struggling with C++? Is that what this is? Are you having a tough time? In the GNU days with full memory access, fun. Ooh, crazy. A crazy man. I've only been using C++ for the past like 3 years. Spent 20 years as a front-end developer, but now I'm stepping deeper into the unknown, into the potential of everything. Let's see, I don't want to do that. Kind of want to just use the gold. So if we say gold, give me that selection and this selection, and pull in this. Bada bink, bak bunk. Done. Clean this up. So you could all probably be replaced. On Rudundang. It's true, it's too much. What's your reason for C++? You used to love it. I mean, I don't like to prattle on about it, but I started out learning object-oriented programming from AS2, AS3, and I just missed object-oriented stuff. You know, just working on JavaScript for so long, it just got so boring, and I wanted to get back to object-oriented programming. making things from scratch, having fun, using my actually using brain power, you know, to like create what I'm to build something from scratch, because that's how I used to do things. And frankly, sir, I missed it. And I just wanted to graduate from front end easy nonsense to what I considered the black belt of languages, which is C++. And then as I learned C++, I was like, oh wait, there's also C, and then there's assembly, and then there's machine. Like it all just like, there's always something more lower level. And I'm like, C++ is low enough for me. I'm cool. So it was just more like a fulfillment for myself. You know, like I was always intimidated to do it, worried that I couldn't. And now it's laughable to me. And it's usually how it goes, you know, how you're like intimidated by something at first, but you got this. Just do it. So there's a little extra memory management, not a big deal. You can handle that. But yeah, that's my life story. You used to love it, but years later you expected a proper default language library. I'm used to it in C#. Didn't want to write it myself. Of course, memory leaks everywhere. C and ASM are subsets of C++. Climax, good morning to you. Welcome. You have the full power, sir. Windows clears them eventually of a restart. It's probably NOYL, not going a big leak. So yeah, to help me with that, I mean, first of all, I run the SDL like error. I just recently started running the SDL error checking, general error checking, to tell me if I had any issues. And I am happy to report I only had 2 issues. So like I've spent like a year writing this game so far. It's got over 100,000 lines of code, and I only had 2 errors. One of it was because like it was something I'd been writing, and then the other one was kind of an older error where I was trying to access on a certain arcana a texture that wasn't valid. That was it. There's the only error I had, and I resolved that. So, and then on top of that, I need to like pay for there's this program called Deleaker, and it's like $150 or something, but you can run that, and it's pretty good about telling you what memory leaks you had. I got it for the trial, and I ran the program through it, like my code base through it, and I definitely resolved a bunch of things, but it'd be nice. I think I've added a lot of code since then, so it'd be nice to get that and run that again. Good old Deleaker. Sniff out those memory leaks for me. So yeah, the biggest reason I'm doing it, making my own engine, is because I noticed the trend about, I want to say like 12 years ago at my job, where my boss and clients were all just like, bro, why reinvent the wheel? You should just use pre-made stuff, use templates, use CMSs, use things that all you got to do is just like auto generate stuff. And no more building stuff from scratch, no making stuff custom. We want to use pre-packaged, pre-made crap. And so you're just kind of implementing, it became implementation as opposed to actual construction. And when we shifted into that, because like for the first many years of my job, it wasn't like that. It was, here, we need this game, make it. And you might be able to find some tutorials that might help you, but you got to figure it out. We don't know how you're going to do it, but you got to do it. And that was exciting and so much fun, so rewarding, so challenging. And then it shifted over into the implementation mindset. And as you can imagine, society is pushing harder and harder, more than ever, deeper into the implementation mindset. They just want to be able to push a button and something's made. No one has to think of anything. No one has to use their brain for a second. They can just wake up, something will wipe their ass for them, and there's no reason for you to be alive. And I just thought this was death of creativity, death of ingenuity. Like I was like, this is boring. This sucks. This is the worst thing ever. So I always fought against it till my dying breath, because I just thought it was boring. So that's why I'm building my own thing. Because frankly, doing it otherwise is boring. I know everyone's like, you should be like lazy and do like the quick tools and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you're not wrong. It's good business sense. But I don't know. I like figuring shit out. I like taking my janky ass across the finish line. You know? I like stitching things together with paper clip and some chewed bubble gum, and that shit runs. And it's like truly play tested. When something breaks, I built it, so I know where to check. Like, there's just a satisfaction, you know what I mean? Maybe few understand it these days, as society is pushing harder and harder away from it. I'm even hearing more and more senior devs push for vibe coding. I'm like, oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. Oh. Unless you need performance, then add C++ library projects. Why not switch to C# and not waste time on a solved problem? See, there you go. Why reinvent the wheel, CFG? Like I said, you're not wrong. I just like doing it a little differently. Just more fun for me, man. Keep preaching. Just what I like. And I'm not going to fight against your way. I'm not going to fight against vibe coding. It's like, I understand. If I ever got like a corporate job with C++, I would happily vibe code and do everything they want for maximum efficiency. I get it. Because it's all bottom line. You're just a small cog in a giant machine, giant mechanism. But when it comes to my own projects, you know, I'm going to pull out all the raw ingredients and I'm going to play with them. Maybe in the future I will go into C# and experiment with that, and it could take me farther, faster. But I'm just enjoying myself, man. You know how they say, like, there's people who do their chores and they live a life of misery because they just, like, absolutely dread their chores. You know, like, you're washing the dishes, you're like, fuck, the dishes. You know, and then there's other people who, instead of rushing through it and dreading it the whole time, they actually, like, take a breath, take some time to actually wash the dishes by hand, you know, feel the warmth of the water, get the satisfaction of, like, cleaning the dish, and just enjoy the process. You know, something that seems like, oh, it's just a big waste of time. Like, why not just, like, throw it in the dishwasher or whatever? It's like, sometimes just washing a dish by hand, you can enjoy that. This is your life. You want to spend your life just, like, blowing through things as fast as possible, and all you're ever doing is, like, speeding along trying to get to the next thing as fast as possible. What, so you can sit there for an extra 20 minutes and, like, waste away on, like, social media or something? Or do you want to really just take your time and, like, enjoy the sights and just, like, I don't know. Like I said, my thinking is old-fashioned. Sign me up. Mutability. C++ is fun, but it's dangerous. Yeah, what is it? Strauss-Strep says it's like, it's powerful, but if you're not careful, it'll blow your leg off. I like that quote. Then you're doing it right. Dude, I enjoyed C and C++ and Control coming from Pascal. I'll tell you what, if I was tasked with building something for another company, another client, and it was something that I wasn't really enjoying, you know, like I had to build something for someone else that I didn't really care for, then that would be the perfect opportunity to do something to, like, have, like, a higher level language, to have more automation, more help. Because then I'm like, I'm already kind of miserable doing this thing. Might as well get a kick out of doing it as quickly as possible. In that scenario, you would sell me on, like, a faster way of doing things. But I kind of enjoy, like, you know, building a 2D game as I am. You know, it's, if it was a 3D game, I wouldn't be doing this. Like, I have a limit, but I mean, we're just talking like a 2D game here. It's chill. It's not a big deal. I can reinvent the 2D wheel. You know what I mean? And what's cool about it is now I have, like, ultimate control, and then I can build up my framework, and I'm going to go make other games, and I'm going to use this code base towards the next games. So the more games I make with this code base, the more it makes sense, and it's my framework. And what's cool about it is as I release games, it's going to be tested, and people are going to be like, oh, there's a bug with, like, the Windows system, or, like, the file saving system, or the you know, database migration system, or whatever it is. And I'm going to be like, oh, I'm going to fix that for Woods of War. And then as I'm working on, like, my next game, I'm going to use the same infrastructure. So I'm going to have fixed it for the next game, you know? And then I'm also going to have, like, all, like, the controller remapping, you know, all the settings and stuff like that whole system set up and, like, debugged. And so moving forward, as I make new games, it's going to go faster and faster and faster because I'm, like, using the same code base. Of course, there's going to be, like, custom stuff per project, because I'm not going to make the same game over and over. They're all going to have unique functionality, unique stories to tell, but there's going to be, like, core stuff that they all can share, you know? I mean, so at that point, I'll just be, like, perfecting my systems, and I will own the shit out of it. won't have to answer to anybody. Amani, what's up? If you're not 100 lines deep into STD template error dump, you ain't living. I'm not using template at all. Like, template is interesting in that you can have a random data type. You can have basically a template that handles multiple data types, you know? So it's like if you want to pass like a template into a function or whatever, you could like in certain scenarios have it be this way, have it be that way. I've only like lightly learned about templates. I've never really implemented them. And I'm just like, that's, you know what I do instead of that? I just overload functions and I'm fine. You know, I don't even use auto. I'm very data strict. I try to make things as like dumb and simple as possible. So C++ is like unprotected sex, can be quick and dangerous. I guess, Warlock. The whole world runs on C. Airplanes to banks. Make the compile do the check. All memory leak doomers need to chill. Technically still Java. It takes time for new language to rotate in. Try F# before you commit to CPP. Dude, I'm already in it, and I don't care. There's a million languages out there. There's always something better, something fresh, something new, or something that is even like been around for a while that's doing well. I've just always dreamed of learning C++, man. It's just been C++. It's not because it's like the ultimate language that beats out all other languages. It just beats out all the languages for me. Because in this regard, because like I just have always aspired to figure it out. It's just always on my mind. Like, God, I gotta learn that C++ one of these days. I got to become like a true like back-end developer. Because all I got to say to you is, you know, because you're always going to be like, as all programmers do that come into this stream for the first time usually, or, you know, like put themselves out there for the first time. It's like, it's always like, you got to be doing things the way I do them. Every programmer thinks that their way is the way because it works for them. And it's like, I'm glad it works for you, man. And you probably have like a lot of solid points. I've got my reasons. I'm good. I'm gonna stick with C++. And you probably got great reasons, good reasons. But you know what? I'm happy. I'm good. Bum,
Yeah, there we go. I'm just a madman. Mad, you say? Crazy? I was crazy once.
Pleasant, syntax succinct, while whole of .NET libraries and functional is just data flow. Yeah, you need to stick to your language at some point, not obsess about meta shit all day. Just function after a function until you reach the send page to client. That sounds like every PHP site I ever created. I always did PHP. I never did .NET. Man, this page is looking sweet. The deck forge kind of hit. It kind of came together after the color enhancements. And I like that new font. The only trick is I'm going to have to, like, that font's going to work, I think, for the majority of the languages, including like Polish, I think Russian, and Turkish, hopefully. We'll have to test on that. But it doesn't cover any of the like kanji stuff. Like, you know, we don't got Korean, Chinese, Japanese covered. So that's a problem. So I'm going to have to come up with an alternative font for that. But I already have fonts that cover it, but I need like a thicker font. Like this thinner font on the buttons, though that does work for the alternate languages, but I need the another like title font basically that's going to work for the other languages. So that's a problem, but hopefully I'll find something. And I'm like, it covers enough languages that I'm just going to go for it here. I'm like, fuck it. But anyways, let's continue polishing the treasure chest. It's pretty loosey-goosey with the perspective on this. But I kind of don't care. It's just an expressive moment, you know? Like, I really like how the closed chest came together. Like, I really just hammered this out. I did look up some chests. Like, I was doing some research, but I ended up just creating this from my own mind, my own brain. It's not as like curvy and the same shape language as like some of the chests that I really love, but it's a little bit like the thing that I especially liked that I brought in was like a chonkiness to it. Try to make like thick chunks of things, you know? And then one thing that I didn't see on any other treasure chest that I did, which is kind of like getting a little crazy with it, was making all the wood. Like, usually the metal pieces of the chest overlay on top, and it's like a smooth line where all the wood meets. But I decided to make all the wood kind of like gnarly and chunk out, just because I thought it'd be more earthy and naturey and just, I don't know, just wanted to do it. So it's just kind of my take on the treasure chest. There's a million trillion treasure chests that people have done. But it's just fun to kind of do one, you know? Have your take. But this open one is a little loose, but it's okay. Doesn't have to be perfect. Oh yeah, also I've got a new portrait of Gant. Look at this sick new portrait I did of Gant. Look at that portrait. I thought it came out pretty good. I like how that's going to be the new like dialogue portrait for the tree when he talks. He's going to be like, hey. Does it look sweet? I hope so. The new junior that wants to rewrite the entire company's code. I've been there many times. Like, not as the junior, but like as someone getting a code base that just said, can we just rewrite this for the love of Pete? Because this is like, I do not want to add to this mess. God, no. You haven't convinced a single person, even though F# is the best? You're shit at sales? Well, CFG, you're pushed too hard for a chill stream, for one. But also, like, I think in general, people, especially programmers, finds their way, you know? They have to find their own path. So the best thing you can do to sell it is just to be like, it's pretty good. I like it. It's probably a little easier than C++ or C# rather. And then just leave it at that. And then they just kind of plants a seed in their mind, and then it's like up to them to kind of figure it out. Let their karma unfold as it may, you know? But I think in general, trying to convert people to like your way of coding is like probably 9 times out of 10 not gonna work. I hear like all the effing time. People are always like, always questioning why you don't do things exactly the way they do things. It's like, are you kidding me? I mean, today why aren't you using F#? And like every day it's always something like that, you know? My favorite is when people like ask the pointed questions that are just like telling you what they feel without like saying it. Like, did you mean to like draw that like that? Did you mean to make that piece of shit? Like, people are always like, you should do it the way I would envision it. And you just get kind of used to it. Like, kind of numb to it, if you will. You're like, yeah. Could be better, couldn't it, huh? Always could be better, huh? Sure can. Won't argue that. There's always gotta be one, guys. Trying to sell you on something. You know what, CFG? I'm glad you found something that you like, and that's awesome. So, honestly, good for you, and I hope it treats you well. You know what? I think I can push this a little further in. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen, because this is bothering me. Yeah, we're gonna have to just push this up, yeah. I mean, it's not gonna be the perfect perspective. Oh! But it'll be something, you know? It'll be something. You know what? Fuck it. So destructive. File save as. We're on version 7, baby. And I'm pretty sure I skipped version 4, so technically this is version 6. But who cares? Nobody even cares, bro. Lovely. Yeah, like something I've been doing lately with my drawing, with this pixel art, is I started using bigger and bigger brushes, and it's creating a little bit of a cartoonish style, and I'm okay with it. Damn, how did this get off? I think I'm, oh yeah, because I moved that around. All right. So let's just create a new layer here. And we will do dropped opacity, dark line. I'm playing fast and loose with these, with the perspective on this. I've been since the beginning, so I'm kind of like, whatever, man. There's no reason why we can't fix it up a little bit. That's decent. All right. Oh, that's kind of turd burkets. So we can paste that onto the other one. Tabs versus Space is still going strong in 2025. I'm gonna give you a 600-second timeout, CFG, because you're like spamming. You need to cool it, bro. I think we've had enough of the speech. You've been very polite, and I appreciate that, but you're communicating a little too much. You're starting to overwhelm chat with. Well, you've been overwhelming chat for a while, so it's time to chill out, bro. Bro. Dude's drunk. WebDev's trying to push 2 spaces now because it saves space. Enough. Could have been talking about other things. So move this one up.
This needs to come out to here. Ba-da-ba-dum.
I was literally just watching Brooklyn Nine-Nine. You guys ever seen the TV show Brooklyn Nine-Nine? It is hilarious. It's a hilarious show. And there's the one God, I'm so bad with like remembering character names. It's okay, we've got the internet. It's the show with Andy Samberg and Charles Boyle character. I was just watching the episode where Charles Boyle was really sad that he wasn't on the group chat. They were like excluding, the other coworkers were excluding him from the group chat. And they're all like, we do that because you spam like insane amount of like text in a group chat. Like you'll text like 72 times in a row. No one will say anything. And you just never stop. And then like, they like end up allowing him back in because they felt guilty, and he just immediately is like text like 90 times in a row into the group chat, and it with like no one responding. He's just like constantly like just treating it like it's a ongoing, like he's writing a paragraph after paragraph. And they end up giving him like they like say, if you don't cool it, we're gonna kick you out again. So they sit and like train him on like when to like respond and when to like shut the hell up. And he's like, oh, so you're gonna change me? Like, how dare you? And he's like, it's either that or you're out. And he's like, oh, like, okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Like, I have no pride. Because he's just like a really clingy, like over the top dude. Big heart, good guy. Just a little overbearing at times. And it's just kind of funny that like CFG's hitting us with all this. Art imitates life. It's kind of funny. You had a Discord friend who talked nonstop and everyone would leave the voice channel. Thing is though, like you never know like where it's coming from. There's really all kinds of people out there. You know, it could come from a place of like just deep passion. You know, they really just are so onto something that they really want other people to be hearing what they need. It could be coming from like a place of loneliness. You know, like it sounds like your friend just talking nonstop. Maybe they haven't like in the Discord channel, they hadn't like talked to anyone for real in the voice channel for a while. So that was like it was like water in the desert kind of a thing. Like the little bit of attention was just too much for him to handle. So he just kept going. You know, or they could be like neurodivergent, you know, and they don't really, maybe they fixate on something. They can't come off it easily. Like you don't want to be like too quick to judge. But I think healthy boundaries are okay. Bum, bum, bum. I have a feeling that that outside one is not the right thing. You know what? It'd be a little bit pushed into the perspective. Okay, we'll keep that, but so if we're talking here, something like this. I don't care if the perspective is like hyper accurate. I just want it to be feasible, you know? Like I want it to be like good enough that you just don't really think about it too much. Like it can be a little loose. I don't really care. But
on.
CFG, thanks for the follow, man. Good morning, nature. Happy Saturday. Good sir. I'm sure the perspective is still fucked, but as long as it's like somewhat acceptable, I don't know. I may just have to keep redrawing it. But at least I got the gold doubloons. Looking decent. Game grinding is going pretty good. Today I was working on, well, yesterday I drew the treasure chest. And right now I'm trying to do the open part. And I'm having trouble getting the perspective on the lid because I'm not properly laying this out via perspective. And I need to, instead of getting loosey-goosey with it as I am. And then I was working on the deck forge. So that's like, before I show that, like the, this is the victory screen. So when you beat the level, I need to organize these a little bit better here. So when you beat the level, there's like the stats screen like this. And it shows just general metrics of like how well you did in the level. And then it will go to, from here, to the gold, how much gold you've earned. So this number in the upper left is how much gold you actually have. And then you'll click chest. It will, I guess I don't need to do that. Click the chest, it'll open. And there'll be like a number indicating how much gold you've made. What's up, Akris? Yes, indeed. And then after that, there's like another screen I haven't made yet. But then you can go over to the deck forge, which is the screen in which you build your deck. So you use the gold to buy cards, and then you add the cards into your deck. And you also have to be buying slots to add cards into your deck. And I think of the slots as if they were like supply depots in StarCraft, basically. You need to have like enough supply depots to have the cards in your deck. Just slots. So you don't buy like the same card a bunch of times. You buy it once, and then you can add it to the deck as much as you want, except you have to buy slots in order to afford however many you want to have. But yeah. It's coming along. So this is like, the way the game's going to work now is you, between each level, you're going to come to this screen, and you're going to have to be building your deck through each level. And you have to play all 10 levels and beat them all in order to like succeed. So it's a roguelike. You got to beat it all. If you die on level 8, the run is over and you got to start over. You died, so you're screwed. So you got to start from level 1 again. So it's a little bit savage, such is the nature of roguelikes. I might actually put, that could be what the resurrection is in the store. Like you could buy like maybe use some of your gold to buy a resurrection card, and if you die on level 8, then you could potentially use your resurrection and stay in the game. Mountain time screwed you up. Good old mountain time. Well, we salute you. My schedule's always in flux, as you know. I'm never normal. I'm always fluxing forward. But at least I was able to stream through my normal hours. Oh, even though I didn't stream. I didn't stream on Monday or Wednesday because I was deep in thought and working on these screens. But it was really nice to get the color worked out, got the new font in. I think I really have to test the font in the actual program because it says it's supposed to render perfectly at 20 point. So I don't know if it will or not. So that is the question. I actually might be able to use it a lot more considering the resolution, the mix of resolutions that I'm using. We'll see. But I'm kind of circling the drain. I think I might end soon-ish. I always knew I needed to redo the grimoire, because of now it's like oriented around the cards as opposed to like before when it was a little bit different. And so the grimoire essentially became the deck forge. So I'll consider like the grimoire as like the book that we open to learn about the enemies. But I was thinking like, you know, in the trailer, I have like the book opening up and the enemy, it like talks about the enemies and the way it kind of looks. I might end up not doing the book at all and just create like a nice concise window for it that and just like do away with the grimoire altogether. Which is funny because like it was like a very early invention or something I designed very early on for the game, because I wanted it to be like, you know, you open the grimoire to pick your arcanas and you would like add your arcanas into your queue, and then when you come into the level you could just open up your quick menus. Or there was the node menu, which I've since deprecated the node menu, because now it's like you get the cards and you drop the cards on the nodes. So the cards themselves have become like, the node menu's been like basically consolidated into the cards. And so yeah, the grimoire, the old, it's like, I don't want to hang on to the design, you know, like I don't know, something about it. I feel like I can get a little bit more, like I already like how this looks. It has a kind of the essence of the grimoire, like with the torn pages and the coloring a bit, but it's just not, I just don't think it's something that I need full on. I think I might just do away with it. Maybe do a look like this, you know, for the enemy reveals. And just do it. Something simplified, something cleaner. Because my biggest qualm with you trying to use that grimoire design, and here I'll show you guys the mock-up, just because probably don't know what I'm talking about. So here, so this was like the concept I had for like enemy reveals. And I mean, it has its merits, but what I don't love about it is the text is too big, and there's also not a lot of room for text, basically. So that's a problem, because I think with the quotes that I'm going to create for the characters, they're going to be, when you translate them, it can take like an unknown amount of extra space to allow for like it to translate to, you know, I don't know, like German or like Russian or something. There's some languages that tend to really take a bunch of extra characters just to say the same damn thing. And so this is really cramped in there space-wise. So it's like the text is just not, I don't think it's going to fit necessarily, unless I would end up using like if the font is actually smaller, then maybe, but I think I'm going to consolidate this into just like a simple window that's kind of matching the other windows a little bit. But I still like the idea that it's like inside the grimoire. Looks super cool, but yeah, the text makes it tricky. Yeah, exactly. I just need something that's more adaptable. moving forward, because this is one of those things that I could make it work for like this set of enemies, but then like 20 enemies in, it could be a problem.
Come on.
And I don't want to like dig myself into a hole. I need something that's flexible now. Nay, thank you for the follow. Welcome. But I mean, I would still use the same, you know, like art and stuff. I just would change the book to be something that I think here, let's get rid of all that. Let's get rid of kind of like that. Let's drop the grimoire. Quick question: what drawing tablet do you have? You've been looking and getting one. It is a Wacom 16-inch, and it has been good to me.
I chopped off her hand. Not that she didn't deserve it. She's an evil witch.
Mm. Don't necessarily need to show the little one. Then it would have like the BG. Oh God, don't save. Thanks for the posture check. 16 inches oak with unknown core. As if it was a wound. So you'd see like the level peeking behind. So rough mock-up of alternative. So it'd be like a page from the grimoire basically. And I wonder what it'd look like with the old I've been thinking of not even using these like little characters since they're not going to be translated. Which is sad because they look cool, but I'd have to like come up with a dynamic way to do it if I was going to make it work. So maybe I can do something with the new font that I got. So right now I'm trying to come up with a something that I could generate programmatically. So I'm experimenting with what that would end up looking like. I might be able to do this. Definitely wouldn't want to do the big thing because some of these games might be longer. What's up, Auntie? This is the like the new enemy reveal. Like when as you're playing the level and a new enemy approaches for the first time, they're gonna come out with start with this window, and then they'll come out to destroy you.
You enter the arena.
So it's like the introduction, and I'm trying to figure out how I want to do it. I gotta come up with like a general design that works. I wanted to make it feel like the grimoire. I could potentially add do something like
Come on.
Auntie, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
Happy Saturday.
I would give it like a page of the book sort of look. And I mean, part of me does want to just show like the actual character, but I don't know. I don't love that. I think I prefer it just not looking like the book. Something that's a little bit more abstract. I mean, it already feels more immersive. I know that much. It's like a simplified version of the grimoire, but I don't know. It's a better vibe. It leaves more space for the text, and also figured out how to potentially just dynamically create this kind of effect for the lettering, Renaissance lettering. Could be good. Let's try it with another portrait. Jesus, he's broad. Nice. Got a little bonus design. Ian, what's going on? I'm working on the enemy screen.
Come on.
So the first time you meet the Dragon Rider, it'd be somewhat like this. And it is, yeah, we need to tighten up the text still. Like I wanted to have it be 2 lines, but I don't think that's gonna work. Kazna, thank you for the follow. How much time does it take you to find the palette of colors you want to use? That's hard to quantify because it's different every time. I'd say sometimes it can go relatively fast, other times it can take months. So it's really hard to say. But as Loish says, a long-established, beloved artist, basically put some colors down and see how it makes you feel. And then follow that. And if you're really struggling, you could also take a more technical approach by doing a direct comparative analysis with other pieces of art, analyzing their... The most important thing, I think, to understand color that I've figured out is just to pay attention to the relative harmony of colors, like their value structure. You know, like how bright to dark do they get, and how saturated to desaturated they get, that sort of thing. And if you study that in other pieces, it is very possible that it'll land for you. So the orc is pretty wide, but we can still move it. Okay. So a little bit of wiggle room here. I think I'd leave the name tucked in the corner though, just because I think sometimes it can be a lot longer. And then we can move this. So like what I'm trying to resolve right now is the variability here, because we have like a lot of different enemy types, little like portraits and stuff, And so like, since it does jump around, we gotta design something that works for all scenarios. So we got the Dragon Rider. We got Orc Boy. We got Stormcaster. She's like the tiniest one. And I added like a long gradient to the page, and I think that really helps kind of resolve that negative space. Somewhat. You know, because like this negative space right here does kind of bother me a little bit, but considering the relative nature of all this, I mean, I could probably just like center her. We just like try to center the characters within that space, and that should be fine. Here, let's try a few more. We really only have like 2 more, so might as well just do them all. So we got Troll Boy. Maybe some purple wisp coming off the collars, back to take up some of the area. Troll equals Giga Chat. I'm okay with a little bit of randomness. Yeah, character cards. Welcome, welcome. I was just laughing because it's Miyazaki time, and there's Beta. Hello, happy Saturday. What does it all mean? You know what? This is a big ass axe, so it's just gonna go on. So I'm going to stop. Just goes on and on for all time. Big boy troll. All right, next. It did have like this kind of title screen, but I didn't like it. Kind of bullshit. All right, it's a goblin. Goblin. So perhaps I need to also feed in the what's the best way to do this one? He's just like in the corner because that's all I drew of him. Son of a bitch. Happy Saturday. My wake up schedule is on point, I guess. It means that we're one Saturday closer to cosmic combustion. Nice. Still looks great. I only offer suggestions to help mix in your vision and creativity, not to critique it. This tune track is fire, by the way. Nice. I'm glad you like that. Yeah, like I think I'm just gonna center it to handle the negative space. So basically, moving forward, that means I've either have to contain like this much of the portrait or make it so that I can center and be like away from the edge. Like the troll is so big that he kind of just works like that. Dragon Rider also works like that. And the orc, he's a little shorty, but he's got like a lot of, he's pretty broad. I kind of actually want to give him a little bit more of a gut. Look at how ripped this guy is. Holy shit. Here, let's create a secondary version here, just in case I want to keep the top of that axe. Work 2. This guy's ripped city, bro. Do it to it, Rod. Shit. How's her belt work? I don't know. It's a belt. How do belts work? Nobody knows. You mean Giga Chad? Maybe. Yeah, put that. It did kind of fall into shadow. Did I like? What would be happening here? This all stuff kind of fell into shadow. So I guess we're just doing nice little edges. So I'm kind of considering redoing the capsule art for the game. And I don't know what I'll do. So it's something we have to really think about, because I want to do something that clearly depicts the tree as like the main protagonist, as opposed to what it is now, which is more like focused on Gant in his elven form and not his true form, the tree. But that would be a lot of work. Considered commissioning it too. I don't know. I don't know. That's a valley. Looking good. Thanks. To get my setup looking this way? Nah, not really. Gotta remember when I graduated college, instead of getting a job doing what my degree specified, I opened a studio photography business. I never do what's expected of me. So I have a lot of experience lighting things. And like most trolls, you think are fat. Some alphas. Yeah, like I was thinking of making. I originally designed the troll to be fatty. And I want to actually make a fat character for sure. But I'm not going to redo the troll as it is. I'm just going to do a new troll that's fat. Because there's no way in hell I'm going to backtrack now and start deleting assets. So we're going to just make it work. We're going to just make it work. But I already like made this guy like ripped as shit. And this is the orc. I mean, I think there are potentially going to be like another type of orc. But we'll see, we'll see. Give me that. What am I? Do I have the eraser? The hell, bro? Deeper shadow. I know I have one here. Let's do this. And this. Do not recall. It was built like that. Ripped City. So that's if I want to make them taller. This one, super fit orc. Okay. I just like muscles. I like drawing muscles. What did I study? I studied media arts and animation. I went to art school, and I was all about like storyboarding, illustration, animation, learning like foundation for like special effects, 3D animation, color theory, just a bunch of art stuff basically. But it was all like, it was a Bachelor of Science, so it was all like tech based basically. I was just learning a bunch of skills, doing a bunch of different stuff. And it's because it's what I wanted to do. I was always passionate about like comic books and like actually learning to draw and produce comic books. And I was also, you know, like heavy into music, and like in all my bands, I like would design all the merch and stuff and all the websites. So it's just very like into commercial art. And I was like, you know what? I like all this stuff. I could do this. So then I went in and just learned as much art stuff. So I got like the media arts and animation degree, but I also like minored in like the graphic design, and just jumped around on like a bunch of electives to like all the art stuff. And then out of college, I said, fuck it, I'm opening a photography business. And then after that, I did that for a while. I was like, fuck it, I went into programming. And then now I'm, you know, that was like 20 years ago. And now it's like time to make games. Get back to making games. Using every skill. All of it. Evil beaver monsters or some kind of rodent with big teeth coming to chew the tree. I kind of like that. Have you seen the art Kyle Farron did for it? A renaissance man. What a journey. Yes, it's been a day in a life. A long day. Maybe add a face to the tree. I don't know. It's hard. You know. Dude, you guys haven't seen the fresh tree portrait I did ya? Blammo. I bet this would look sick on that other page. I just did this one yesterday. Here, let's put him on this page. He doesn't belong here, but we'll put him here anyways. There's a tree face for you, buddy. Looking pretty dope. Looking sweet. See if we can't spice his colors up, because I like did this on the iPad, and every time I bring over the stuff from the iPad, it's always like washed out and like a little desaturated and bad, but it looks good on the iPad. So it's like I have to do like a color treatment every time I pull it over. It's a pain in the ass, but it is what it is. Valley, thanks for the follow. I'm tired. Strong side eye. I know, like, I don't know what this expression even is. It's like he's pissed off, or like, I don't know what's going on. I saw it in my head, and I just did it on the victory screen. Like I was gonna put it on the victory screen, and it actually kind of looks nice there. But then I was like, nah, it's not really relative to that. Holloway, thank you for the follow. So, I mean, like, here, let's actually, this is going to be the dialogue portrait. When he talks, instead of like the ghost Gant that I had before, I'm going to use this instead, because this is just, it's simple, it's more expressive, and I could also potentially add maybe a few more facial expressions, possibly, but we'll see. Again, for now, the focus is trying to get enough assets to get the game loop done, and not be like bogged down with like a bunch of extra unnecessary detail, because I think it's very likely that people might even potentially opt out some of the dialogue. I don't know if I'm gonna, like, in the demo, gonna force people to read through the dialogue just to see how they feel. Definitely in the final game, I'm gonna make it an option that, like, as you it's either gonna be like on the actual level. I think I'll end up just putting it in the settings where you can turn off the dialogues, so you don't have to read it. Like, basically the idea is you read the dialogues first time through just to kind of get the lore, and then any subsequent playing through the game, you can shut them off so you don't have to like read them all the time. What's up? Happy Saturday. A great journey indeed. He's inspired me to get back into things, just different things. Nice. Looks like something he'd put on all his thumbnails if he was a YouTuber. That's right. If Gant started YouTubing in this fantasy world, in this medieval fantasy world. Exactly what we do. Fat orc, goblin cook. Goblin cook. Maybe like a goblin alchemist, you know, like a poison specialist, you know, perhaps. It's a good face, leaving the eyes black or add a green pupil. So I went back and forth on whether or not I should add a pupil into the tree's face. And on the pictures, it can kind of work. But like in the actual game, having the two little beady eyes like look at you the whole time, because his face just kind of looks center, it looks more mysterious without the pupils, without you like seeing him look in specific directions. Leaving it a little ambiguous helps you kind of like, it just helps balance the scene. So ultimately I've decided no pupils. And believe me, I went back and forth about 100 times on that and trying to experiment both ways. So this is like the final, for sure, how it's just going to be. It's almost like you could have the enemy on the other side just staring down one another. Goblin accountant, no eyes, honestly seems more intimidating and nicer. Yeah, it overall just fits. This is like through the millions of pros and cons lists that I've done. This was the ultimate. So it's just what it is. And yeah, like it could potentially be on the other side as well. And actually, that is how the dialogue is going to work. So there's going to be like the face, or like a character on the left and a character on the right, and they're just going to like, one's going to slide in, talk, and then slide out. The other one slides in and talks, and they're going to kind of slide in and out, back and forth. And the main reason for that is to fit the text, because it'd be nice to have them like both be there on the same. And I might try to make that work to see if the text fits. I might do that. But if I, you know, I don't know. I made the portraits kind of big, so I kind of need to like move them around in order to, and I don't think it's a big deal. You know, like when they're talking, like they move in and out. It's not that big a deal. Say it's more like immersive that way. Like you're specifically hearing one person talk. But I've seen like when I played Night War, the Battle Chasers Night War, that's how they did their dialogues. It's like they'd bring the characters onto the screen at the same time, and then they would like highlight, you know, or like slightly expand. But no. Not I. All right, let's just do a quick expansion of this guy. No frills. So we started the stream off today like pretty chill. I was doing a YouTube playlist, going through my really old playlists, and I feel like I want to end on the same vibe a little bit. Crazy Eyes. If you keep him talking long enough, he will forget to throw the bomb and take damage. Yeah, when you kill the Goblin Bomber, he just explodes. So if you kill him near one of your Arcanas, there's still like spread damage. It'll be less, like the farther away he is, the less the damage. Then obviously there's a cutoff point. But he was easy to animate because of that. Because like I made his death, he just like he runs in, and then his death is like he explodes. And just makes it easy. Because the other guys, the way they die is they fall to the ground and then they have to be absorbed into the ground. Like the roots come up and absorb them. And that's just like, it's a lot of frames to deal with. But the good news is with the fall, I already do like a throw animation for each enemy. So I just use that as the basis. Man, I still had like some blur effect on these. I was trying to do away with like any sort of blur, but for this, I don't really care. just kind of messy. It doesn't really. It's not the easiest thing to deal with. But we're just doing quick expansions of the art. Nothing too crazy. I think the idea with this one was just to try to make it as round as possible for the bombs, but it's just messy. Have a good day, nature. Thanks for hanging, man. Have yourself a good day. So. Oh yeah. F-Zero, let's go. All right. We are entering late stage stream here. Goblin Bomber. Sweet. The bombs are pre-lit in the backpack. Better be MLB certified to lift it out. Yeah, he's crazy. I need to give him a better name than Goblin Bomber. Bomberman. Something better. Like Marty. Feldar. Because he's named after Marty Feldman. I don't know. I think he looks pretty spot on to me. I don't think you've ever seen a more accurate portrait. All right, you crazy kids. What's up, Coden? How you doing, man? Glad you stopped by. Easy over here. I had some time for a quick tune in. How's the progress been? Good. I'm just working on like this will be like the enemy reveal, and then I've got the victory screen. Colors are a little bit off, but for the card anyways, but the gotta move that button. Figure out what I'm gonna do with that button. Probably move everything up. I don't know. Gotta do something with the button. It's gonna be like the stats screen, and then you get your gold. And I was working on doing the open chest. But that's not fully done yet. And then of course there is the deck forge, which is where you build your deck during the game, which is probably the coolest thing today. It's all a bunch of cool stuff today though. It's just nice to like round out the game with all this other stuff. But here's where you come between the levels to purchase cards into your deck as you're like playing through your roguelike, the 10 level run. And you can buy cards, upgrade cards, add them into your deck, buy extra slots into your deck. You can put as many copies of the cards that you've purchased into it, and into your, as long as there's a available slot, you can do it, and you can mix any school of magic. It's free for all. Do whatever you want. But good old deck forge. And then I was just playing with some the enemy introduction Trying to improve upon the past that I had before. I'm just getting tired. I'm like, what the hell is even happening with this? Why can't I fill these in? I guess. I don't know. Who cares? It's colored in. Old school. I'm too tired to understand. Is he natural or is he taking steroids? I think he's juicing for sure. This is one ripped orc. This guy's like 4% body fat. That's how ripped, super ripped this orc is. You want to know why? Because the orc soldiers are starving. They don't even feed them. That's the lore. I just wrote it right now, right in this moment. That's why he's so ripped city. Doesn't have to make sense. It just has to look cool. And then we got Shorty here. Yes, there's no way he's just doing pull-ups and push-ups and looks like that. I don't know. He's got superior orc genes. You know? Ripped because starving? That's how you get 4% body fat. You stop eating, but then you continue working out rigorously. Just has to be provocative to get the people talking, I guess. Is it really that provocative? Have y'all not seen Arnold Schwarzenegger abs on an orc before? He likes to pump every day. Haven't you seen Conan the Barbarian? Conan. He just pushed that mill around in circles for like 5 years or something. 100 years. That's all he took. Just ate a grain of rice every day and then he just got super ripped. That's how it works. Explained with roid rage state. To be honest, I modeled these muscles after like Street Fighter style, basically. I was referencing I think the shit, I forget his name, but the Mohawk like buff dude. I was like, I want to do like sick muscles, and so I kind of went with that style, which makes really no sense for the lore. I mean, in Street Fighter, it makes sense because they're like super ripped and they're fighting each other, trying to survive. But this one, it's just because I like it. It's like a mix between like Street Fighter meets like Joe Mad muscle shape language that I like. It's not totally perfect, but you know, best that I can do. I don't draw enough muscles to really get like super solid. Mainly the perspective is a little bit janky, but it's okay. Conan was peak body flex, so jelly. Zangief, yes, the Russian wrestler, exactly. Yeah, Orc was a little bit designed after, muscle-wise, after Zangief. It's got the people talking, hasn't it? I guess you're right. Suppose you're right there. We got big troll, and I just realized something is wrong. So what we're gonna do is we're going to fix this. Something's very wrong. Jay, it's just like it's somewhere in the mix of like royalty free lo-fi. So I'm not even sure how to pinpoint what's playing. Pixel art saved at 1x and then made bigger in the code, or are the images bigger and the pixels in the images already scaled up? So it's smaller. This right here is like this image particularly is 252 pixels by 270 pixels. Which is like relatively big for pixel art, but it's, you know, it's a portrait. It's like a big painting. It's definitely got weird as shit. It makes a little more sense. His pecs were like super tiny before, just not relative to like his massive size. It's better to have like a tinier head than like the small muscles. Let's see what else here. Fix this. All right. All the bomber. Wait. So you can see what I did. I really ramped up his chest. Misaligned it a little bit still. I just keep having to. Let's just go back on it a little bit here. All right. Needs a little bit. Of outline here. There. Good. Goblin Bomber. I feel like I probably could push his colors a little bit. Mainly because I'd like to see the fire be a little brighter a bit. So do you save the image out at the size and then code scales it up? Yes. That is how I do it. It's his papa. All right, Marty. So that is going to do it for me today. I'm going to run around and crash because I'm very sleepy. But let's find somebody to read. Great stream, stretch before bed. Yes, I agree with this. I will do this. I will be stretching. What is this? Whoa, bro. Bruv, it's TCAP's B-Day. We gotta go say hey to him, man. Beta, thanks for hanging out. You guys are quality people. It's been a beautiful day. I'm glad we could do a big stream because I feel bad. Oh yeah, Jay, there's a link in the YouTube description that should be oh, thanks for pulling up the wish list. I was gonna... Here is the wish list link for anyone watching that wants to wish list the game on Steam if you haven't yet. Please do. Work in progress. We'll have the demo. I'm trying to get the demo out, like the early playtest demo, within the end of the month or early in June. Basically by June 9th. Even though I'm not technically part of Next Fest, I'm acting as if I am trying to get a demo out by then. Because it'll be good. And it's been great. Thank you for all the time and effort. Jay, thanks for hanging out, man. And yeah, I'll be back on Monday. I should be back to normal scheduled programming. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. This week I did take a few days off, but next week I'll hopefully just be back on top of it. Because I feel more relaxed now. Like I don't have the ultimate pressure, but I'm still going to drive pretty hard to get this demo out in that same deadline. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. Yeah, this new enemy reveal looks dope. It just does. It makes me happy. And so let's review real quick as we get the raid started. You're a few days into your journey, one day. Hey, that's how it starts, man. So we're gonna go raid TCAP because it's his birthday. Doing a birthday stream. And so we got the new enemy reveals with some extensions on the portraits. We polished the deck forge, adding the new font and polishing, like pushing the colors, getting them to look correct. And then worked on the treasure chest. So this is still work in progress. Everything about this is still a work in progress, but it's further along. So that's a good thing. You think the text could be huge? Well, so the reason that I am trepidatious about that, well, there's two things. One, that it's mainly because when it goes into other languages, it'll be longer, so I won't be able to fit like a larger font. So I have to like make it work with this. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you on the other side. Bye.